go ahead and get started here while Satisfactory is loading up. We're going to be going straight into the game. Not planning on doing any kind of video uploads for right now. I'll tackle that a little bit later, I guess. But yeah, let's see. I think last we left off, I'd done a rework on, part of um, uh, the factory to try to get a little bit more in terms of like more of a consistent construction. So here, let me actually load up the game so everybody can kind of see what I'm talking about here. Previously had some issues in that trying to get the resources that I wanted, was going very slowly, and I needed to kind of do a rework on at least one part of my overall factory to kind of get it running properly. Um, so that is where we got that. So we got that up and running, and obviously I'm still not using all the resources that I possibly can there. So sorry, I was seeing that little red light there, and I was wondering, wait, are we shut down or something like that? It shouldn't be. Okay, so let's see. Right, I gathered up a lot of fuel for my jetpack. Uh, I'm hoping that, like, maybe sometime in the future I can get, like, maybe some kind of, like, booster or something along those lines for it, because it's not really that powerful in terms of, like, overall flight. So that's a little concerning, but, you know. Well, and the amount of fuel that I use isn't really that much, so let me go ahead and, you know, store away some of the fuel that I gathered. Do it that way. Let's see. Some ease in the chest there. I think I got a random Xeno Zapper from like one of the just from the destroyed Pioneer locations prior, so I don't really need that right now, so we're gonna put that away. How are we doing in terms of the hard drive? Okay, we've completed the one hard drive, so um, more. Aha. Okay, so you could basically use some petroleum uh, to make steel. And then, of course, we have another way of making plastic. Mm, not really sure about that. Let me scan this again. Okay, iron wire. Iron ingots. That. I mean, sure, you're in a sense making more, but alright, well, I guess not much I can really do about that, so. Alright, well, we'll scan in the next one. Okay. Let's see. I'm not going any further on that. I still need to try to find a SAM resource. Find one eventually. I still need to get resources together to start doing the AI limiter. And I still need to get some uh, black powder and start getting the Noblest up and running. So those are kind of like my major contentions right at this moment in time. Things that I really want to work towards. Um, so especially when I have so much to kind of research on the sulfur line here a bit. So let's see. Okay. We have sulfur you know, being collected out here. And we also have, um, no, I have some sulfur. Well, no, I haven't started this up yet because this is where I want to try to get some black powder being made out here. Yeah, there was I scanned for a hard drive, and I believe there was something up here. Haven't fully got into that one yet. A little difficult to kind of get up into these higher points, unless, of course, I have, unless I build some foundations up there. Um, and then, of course, I got my petroleum going on over there. Okay. Let us check in on our motors. See how we're doing on that. it's gonna be a while till we can get that up and running. It's the obviously rotors are fine. It's the straters that were the slowdown. Okay, so it looks like we're kind of slow on the wire right at the moment. Interesting. Okay. Okay, so I have basically one wire going up, one wire going down. Okay. So let us look up here and see what is this? Oh, we're making two stratter lines. Interesting. I mean, I'm not really getting a lot of efficiency out of splitting them up right at this moment in time. Still making some automated wiring. Still haven't filled up yet. Seem to be pretty much good to go, it seems like, in terms of just overall wire or overall cable. I'm almost half inclined on uh, you know, basically taking the the copper that's over here from this constructor, obviously, and switch it over to just this one assembler here, and we'll just leave this one going up to the other one up there. It'll just mean that I'm gonna need to kind of reroute all of these cables to do something a little bit more with it. So first off, let's I need some steel pipes. Oh, funnily enough, there's a huge collection of them. So, okay, throw this there. Then we will go ahead and remove these for right now. Gonna turn this off because I want to, I don't necessarily want it producing any additional cable right at the moment. We're going to do a merger here. Actually, no. I'm gonna do that there. Put that there. Put that there. And put that there. So I'm gonna throw all these cables that I got, you know, into storage. Spare ones in there. And then have this route over here. And we're just gonna basically, you know, let this kind of clear out. I'm gonna deconstruct it. We're gonna kind of deconstruct this here as well. And then I'm gonna throw like the remaining, you know, the wire that I have in here, and you know, we're gonna basically make this line here go into this input. So I just need to clear this out first. That, put that, put that. Okay. Now I'm gonna throw in 500 wire in here. You know, and then we're gonna take this. Over there. Now that should be making, you know, well, obviously I, you know, put in, you know, 500 wire in there automatically, but, you know, hopefully with, you know, 2 dedicated wire producers, we'll have these, you know, set up more at the 100%. Now, obviously, I haven't like gone through the math and made sure, like, you know, am I, you know, what's the rate of construction for the wires versus, you know, what are these kind of expecting? Like, you know, this is saying that, hey, we need 40 per minute to handle the one stratter construction, but, you know, we're only doing 30, so, you know, that's not exactly ideal, but, you know, so there will be a shortage of wire, you know, overall. You know, eventually it will get to a point where the strutters will be, will eventually overtake the amount of wire produced, but let's go and check up on our construction up here. Yeah, see, it's not perfect at the moment. So we're not putting enough wire in there to, to handle the overall production. But you know what? Let's just throw in our extra wire in there anyway. You know, we're producing enough wire in other areas anyway, so and then we'll just maybe see if we can get. Well, it's not necessarily going to build up or stack up because once again, it's using more wire than it's putting in, so eventually this will be depleted. So, but that should help out in overall terms of getting the striders made, at least for a short time. And obviously we'll let this kind of keep on building up over time. And obviously the striders being slow on building, slows down the automated wiring, but we don't really need that right at this moment. We're not in desperate need for those. Okay. So, it looks like we are at 170. So we still need 80 more motors there to complete the milestone for the monorail. So while not perfect right at this moment in time, it's not much we can really do about overall production here for right now. It's not perfect, so we'll have to potentially do like a rebuild here as well, just to try to like mathematically try to see if we can get everything working the way we want it to. But yeah, that might. I mean, to be honest, I might need a full-on new, another, copper miner or copper, ore mine somewhere around here to take up, some of the need, but that's not exactly close. So, or maybe some additional research, via hard drives is necessary to handle the, like trying to find like another way of handling wire construction or something along those lines. Like maybe there's like an iron wire, something along those lines that I can, potentially do. Okay. Let's see. Well, I'll have to wait for right now. Let's see. I guess the next thing that I can probably try to work on is getting the... I mean, while the motors are being made, um, I guess the next best thing that I can do right now is just try to, um, you know, start working on the black powder. Ugh, okay. I still haven't, you know, made use of this, you know, third miner here either, you know, so okay. This I'm not surprised about. Okay, so I was able to catch up, you know, on the modular frames. So, you know, that's not too much of a surprise. The, um, you know, the steel beams, yeah, not sure, and not surprised about that either. So, but I wasn't, you know, I wasn't necessarily expecting this to be a fast process as it is anyway. Like, you know, I still haven't even gotten these unlocked yet, so it's fine. Uh, let's see. Let's grab those. Hmm. Let's see. Now that I did a little bit of my exploration that I kind of wanted to do, I want to try to like reset on getting back into base building here. So, Also need to try to see about trying to get this back up and running, or at least, you know, get the smart plating construction going again. Or actually, wait. No, wait. I don't think I don't think I have anything kind of officially going right now for the smart plating. Obviously, you know, I was making it here, you know, over in this general area, but obviously, it, you know, put an end to that. So, uh, what are we doing here? Mark 1. We're just completely full of concrete storage. Yeah. To be honest, let's go ahead and grab a fresh stack out of there. Um, Keep that going. And last I remember, this area right here was just making rotors like constantly. So, which you know, I'm almost half inclined on doing a repurpose of it, or maybe use this as the smart plating. Seeing, you know, we have one part of it, you know, making the, you know, rotors themselves, you know. Um, so all we really need to do is get, you know, the reinforced iron plates going, you know, like on the other side or something like that, and we can start, you know, constructing, um, you know, some smart plating out of what we have up here. So potentially. But again, might need a rework out up here to try to handle that. So, okay. But yeah, let's go ahead and try to concentrate a little bit on the block powder. Let me turn in the hard drive. Seeing the one hard drive is done. Okay, what we got here? So, iron ingots and coal, steel. Okay, interesting. So instead of feeding um, iron ore into foundry to you know, to make the uh, steel ingots here, they're basically saying, hey, you can we can use less coal, change the iron ore into iron ingots, and we'll make you even more steel ingots. This is actually very. This could potentially, you know, reset or, you know, this might be a really good upgrade than what I'm currently doing using right now. Although you know, I'm going to be using a little bit more energy because obviously I'd be needing a refinery first to input the steel ingots into the foundry. But, you know, if I'm getting 60 per with less resources, I mean, that's pretty good. So, and I don't really need these changing, you know, changing the rubber into plastic. Not really needed. So we'll go with that one. And then of course we'll research this last hard drive. Get that going. Alright, now let's go ahead and head on out to the area I want to try to do a you know, I've slowly been kind of building this area, you know, haven't really been building this up, you know, to everything that I kind of wanted to do. Oh right, I needed to make the steel ingots there to make the steel pipes. Right. Well, now with the new resource that I got, I don't necessarily need to. Um, I can uh, put in a refinery up here and change the iron ore into uh, change that into iron ingots. Change the recipe to that one. And then we'll do that to there. Let's see. I need to put this one. I think that's about good enough height. Then again, maybe not. I guess it might be good enough. Hold on, let me double check the height. It works. Let's see. Then we want this to go into here. And obviously, you know, we're building up the steel pipes. And let's see. Let's see. Okay, hold on. see, if I build up a constructor there. It's not quite what I'm looking for. So, similar that I need. Yeah. I don't know if there's a need for me to, make any more, or, to have black powder on the side. I should probably go ahead and store it away anyway. So, do industrial storage. That over to the side there. And then do splitter. There. Oh, now wait. That'll make the black powder. Which obviously, I'm gonna need to pipe everything in. Yeah, too long. Not surprising. Actually, let's go ahead and do... over here on the other side. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. I didn't necessarily want to be like, putting a, the conveyor belt edge like right there just to try to, like build another one like maybe over on the other side of the gap, but rather not do that if I don't have to, so. Still too long, not surprising. And then right up there. Alright, now. Okay, then we will do Other assembler. There. Up a bit. Well, I guess it does. It's not necessarily going to matter all that much because the distance is already kind of pretty bad. But these are Mark 1s. Don't really want Mark 1s anymore. Can't put any Mark 2s down there, so... And hell, if I do a Mark 2 right there, then I should be able to connect that with that. Yep, that's good. That there. That there. Put this one... Put one like right in the middle, just for the hell of it. Really should probably make sure that I have everything kind of let's see. Now, and we'll take this and pair up all these. Okay, this. Well, I need to get the iron ore going first before I make the full-on connection, you know, to the rest of this construction here. Plus, I need to get this line here, the other side. Do. Okay, that one's making black powder, so this one should be making the noblest using the steel pipes and the black powder. Obviously, it's going to go fairly slowly, but you know, it doesn't really matter all that much. You know, I'm not necessarily expecting to be, you know, using a whole lot of explosives, or at least not yet anyway. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're going to set up storage over on this side here. Actually be a little too close. Let's move it back over a little bit more. Now, just in case, you know, because who knows what I'm going to be experiencing in the future. We're just going to, once again, do a splitter. So we're going to basically take the explosives, you know, for now we're going to, you know, put them over in storage, you know, but, you know, potentially in the future we'll have them, you know, going somewhere else to be made into something different. Like, you know, I've seen the other, you know, potential explosives, like I think the stun explosives and stuff like that, so yeah. Now that we have everything kind of set up, you know, for the most part, I still need the iron ore to feed up here, so right. First off, oh wait, did I forget to? Yep, I forgot to change this back. Sorry there, animal. I normally put into passive with the, you know, co-op that I do with Michael, James, and Steven, so I sometimes forget to change it back, so there we go. Okay. Let's get rid of this iron ore here. Stats. Okay. Have it go out to the side here. Throw the iron ore that I collected in there. Let's see. So the trees and brush that's kind of in between me and the construction up here. Unfortunately, trying to get the, you know, trying to put it all the way up there and then having the line go all the way over there is impossible, so let's just keep it relatively close to the ground. It's too long. Okay, actually, we'll do it this way. Okay. The problem that I have a little bit with this is that I need, you know, it's basically saying, hey, you need a surface in order to place this down. And like, I don't necessarily want it like, you know, like fully clipping through like surface area, like, you know, like what I'm seeing right here, for example. I don't necessarily want it, you know, I want it kind of outside of this a bit. So what I'm probably gonna need to do, I kind of cheese it a little bit. This down, you know, just a little bit. There we go. Let's clear out the trees here, seeing that I need to get a clear path here. Alright, that should be fine. So now, they're about too long. Okay. There. Oh, damn it. I didn't want that. Ah. Different directions. So now doesn't. Oh, okay. I would like to be able to like toggle. Ah, there we go. Okay. I was thinking that there should be a way for me to switch the directions for it, so. There we go. And then do this. Now, and all the resources are going up. And then I'm going to delete this, because that just kind of looks ugly. Goes into that. Let's see. Here. And then we'll just start that up. Got that going. Okay. We look to be in pretty decent shape right at this moment in time. At least, I believe so. So eventually the coal will go across. Yep. All right. You need to make black powder. Okay. Nice. I mean, we're not building it as fast because obviously we're splitting off the black powder uh, into two. So it's not a perfect 100%, but still being done. So we'll get loaded up with black powder, soon enough, and then, we'll be getting ourselves a lot of the noblest simple explosives. So now, just for the hell of it, I'm gonna grab some and go explode the barrier that's blocking that one coal. Just to get it out of the way. Not that I'm really gonna be using it that much, uh, but I mean, I might now that I have, this particular recipe being used to make, you know, to make iron ore. Or to make iron ingots, to feed the foundry here, you know. And the fact that I'm making 3 steel ingots out of this particular recipe, it's not bad. Okay. We seem to be kind of at a slowdown, though. I mean, I do know that the miner can produce up to 240 per minute. I didn't. Huh? Last I knew, miner 2s could only do 120. Why did I suddenly get 240? Hold on a second. I'm a little confused right at the moment. Oh wait, I might be thinking the 120 was for the Mark 1s. So the Mark 2s basically doubled it. Double check that real quick. I still have a Mark 1 with the yeah, no. That's what I was kind of thinking, like, you know, the Mark 1s really didn't have a lot of overall production with them, so I thought the Mark 2s were set for a 200 or 120. Yeah, right there. Why am I suddenly getting 240 from that one? I'm not overclocking it, so are we somehow um, you know, getting, is it like maybe the resource itself? Like maybe because it's a, you know, maybe because it's coal, it's able to be produced more? Yeah, here's the 120. Okay, so the 120 that I was kind of thinking about. So I guess certain materials that I'm using the miner for could potentially be producing more just because of the type. Interesting. I haven't really seen that happen before, or don't really remember that happening before. Maybe I'm just going crazy. Okay. But either way, I'm producing 120 ore resources, and I'm feeding it into a single smelter for 30 per minute, so I'm definitely putting in too much here. So what I can do is I can maybe put, oh, here, first off, let us stop the overall production of the ore, because I wanna split it into two smelters, because there's a slowdown in overall production, and that's because the the coal is being produced, perfectly fine. There's enough coal being generated, for for the foundry here, as we can see. But you know, our iron ingots aren't holding up to the amount that we need to make the steel ingots. Although it looks like Ah, okay. So because I'm making 3 steel ingots, already, let's see, 60 per minute, and our foundry here is only needing, you know, 30 per minute, then uh, we're basically, you know, we're kind of overclock, maximizing, what this can kind of take. So, uh, now, question is, okay, so we're pretty much, um, our steel pipes uh, are being, added in at a higher rate than what we're getting in terms of black powder. Now, I might need to consider, um, like making 2 assemblers, you know, and I'll just use one of the assemblers to fill up the storage container here, and then the other one to be used for this one over here. Because, we could, have, surplus of black powder going to the explosives, you know, early on, to make this 100%. So, but, clearly I don't have that going just yet. So let us see what we can do about this. So, let's put another assembler up. This also making black powder. Splitter up there. There. And there. I'll do Okay. Now we should be making more than enough black powder. So there we go. Now, one of the things that I'm thinking about right at this moment in time is I'm making, you know, more steel here than, you know, what a single constructor can dish out right at this moment in time. So what I'm thinking is not only am I going to, um, you know, have the iron ore split um, into two smelters so that I can, you know, feed the uh, feed the refinery properly. Uh, because, you know, only making 30 per minute and this needing 40 per minute, obviously, you know, I'm gonna have a slowdown in terms of iron ingots if I'm not careful, you know. Um, and what I think I'm gonna do is I'm going to, you know, make two constructors, and we'll we'll have like the second constructor just doing like steel beams, seeing that, you know, I'm in desperate need of steel beams some more. Whether or not I want to, you know, supply that all the way back to the main base, I don't really know if I really want to do that. Maybe I'll put up another storage to collect them. Uh, you know, because you know, I might potentially need those steel beams for some other form of construction later on. So right now I just want to, you know, complete the, you know, have this, you know, kind of complete the iron ore. So don't like the holes that were there, so I'm just gonna fill it in with foundation. Just kind of worried that I might like accidentally fall down there and break my legs a little bit more. Same kind of deal with that. So here we go. Okay, so just need to wait until the iron ore is completely done. And then we'll do a splitter. Actually, hold on. I might need to move this back a little bit so that I can get more of a merger into the foundry. So kind of curious, is the sulfur also giving me like 240 per? No, it's only doing 60 per minute. Interesting. So sulfur's harder to mine up than even iron ore. Interesting, interesting. Okay. I would have figured that it would be, you know, similar to the coal and the, you know, 240, but I guess not. So every mineable resource has its own, I guess, clock speed, you might say, in overall production. Huh. I mean, I guess it makes sense a bit, you know, certain elements would be harder to come by than others, but alright. Just want to move the smelters back a bit. Yep. Then logistics, we want a merger. There. Do that to that. That to that. And this to there. So basically having both of the smelters making the iron ingots and, you know, feeding into the foundry. So that will cover the 40 that it's looking for. So let's see, do start up, and then we want to do a splitter there. That there. That there. Alright. Should be good. Right, let's get the iron ore back up and running. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Need to do the 2 constructors as well. Okay, and then let's see. That's not necessarily gonna work. It's a little too close. push it back a little bit more. Yep. And splitter. Let's see. Do steel pipe there. Throw those in there. And steel beam there. Throw those in there that I collected accidentally from deconstructions. So, and then put that there. Put that there. And then power up you. Power up you. And then have you. Connect back up with that line up there. And then we'll have you. Let's see. If you go up there. Okay. Now, we should be doing, I mean, not perfect numbers, obviously, because, you know, uh, like I'm, still kind of overproducing on the amount of the iron ingots, necessary for a single foundry. I'm like producing 60, for example. But, I mean, unless I want to, like, split up the foundry even more, or, create another foundry to generate even more steel pipes and, steel beams, then I could do that, given what, what I've just done, and I would, want to make some additional smelters here because, again, I'm producing more ore than I'm smelting right at the moment. I would need like 4 additional, or not 4 additional, 4 smelters total to be able to handle the output that the miner is doing right now. So, but yeah, we're we're doing pretty good right now. So, not so much that I'm just gonna take a stack of the explosives. Okay. Let me also, just in case, take a stack of the black powder. So, and we'll head back to base. We'll let this kind of do its thing. Let it build what it wants to build. We'll let it build, and we'll head on back. Eee. I love when I can do the speed jumps. Alright. Let's see. Let's head on up to the hub. Okay. And then our drive is done. Iron wire and fused wire. No, thank you. Let's see what else we can find. Pure iron ingot or coated cable. Yikes. Neither one of these I really wanted. Let's just like that one, just for the hell of it. Okay. Let's see. Looking at sulfur. Okay, we can do smokeless powder.
Research completed. Smokeless powder recipe unlocked. New sulfur research available for the development of high-end weaponry and ammunition.
Okay, and then we can do the extra equipment slot.
Tool belt expanded. I compounded sulfur's tristatic atom matrix into a quadrimensional gate vortex. You can now carry more stuff.
Oh, thanks. Okay, so cluster nobles. Interesting. Explosive rebar. Okay. And rifle requires more engines. Or more motors in order to build the rifle. I I guess in a sense, yeah. If you're talking about, like an automatic rifle, 6. Encased uranium cell. Ew. Still need to package turbo fuel. Casing. Haven't gotten that yet. It's just I'm looking at this, I'm going, I'm gonna use a hard drive to create this turbo fuel. I wonder what I need in order to, package it up. Maybe I need another packager to take the fuel from like a packaged fuel into turbo fuel. I don't know. But clearly I need to, basically get this to get this, and we'll open up these, whatever these are. Okay, so we need to look into the smokeless powder. Oh, okay. Well, that's going to be a little difficult to do now because I don't have any um I don't have any uh sulfur coal production anywhere near my refineries that I have at the moment. Or not the refineries, but um, my oil production. At least, I don't think I have anything over there that could be used. So, it looks like if I'm going to be doing the smokeless powder, which looks like I'm going to be needing to do, have that in order to make, said rifle and the rifle ammo, I'm going to need to look into trying to find another spot altogether for, um, you know, basically I would need to get, you know, a coal, sulfur, and petroleum production all relatively close by to each other. And I don't think I've found anything like that yet. So that's, or at least I haven't found anything close by that might work with that. I haven't really been doing much in terms of rebar production, but then again, I haven't really been using anything concerning the rebar gun to begin with. Um, but I need rebar in order to research other things. So um, let's see. We're not really doing anything with one of the. Uh, we're not really doing much with the miner down here. The fact that it's really not even, doing much in overall production anyways, a bit problematic, I would imagine. Um, let's see. See, we'll do. a little bit more. That. That. Okay, so we're making the iron ingots, and then we'll throw them over here to the constructors. And we'll just have... Oh wait, no. Hold on. Change. The iron ingots into iron rods first. And I'm splitting it up because obviously, you know, if I'm making 30 per, we can do, you know, 2 sets of iron rods. And then... let's see. Well, I was kind of thinking, you know, that I would, you know, try to leave some space for room to run through, but this doesn't really work very well. Eh. And we'll do this constructor to do rebar. Rebar. And we'll pour that right into storage container. Have this one go in there. Have this one. Feed into the top. Okay. God damn it. There we go. And there goes the rebar. Now we're making use of a little bit more of the iron ore that's coming out from miner number 2 down there. So okay, so while it's working on that, let's see. Did I ever... I put up a... Yeah, I put a power station over here that handles both, you know, wood and leaves. So let me go ahead and put all these extra resources that I got. Leaves. There you go. Oh wait. Changing the color so that I can, you know, I'm getting kind of tired of, you know, figuring out like which constructor is which. So if I put this as a, you know, color green, I can, you know, I might be able to kind of tell the difference between, you know, just, you know, what I have going for wood and what I have going for just leaves right at the moment. So, alright. Let's see. That one in there. Okay. We seem to be doing okay right now. Let me grab the iron rebar and we'll put that into the storage container down there. Oop, overshot it. There we go. Oh, well. Already got a stack of 100 already. Okay. I mean, that's, you know, handy for, you know, research that I need to do, so. Okay, let's see. Obviously not enough for that one. Let's see. For that one, plus, you know, I don't have the black powder or the smokeless powder anyway right at the moment, so can't do anything there. Still need the purple slug, so I can't really do anything there. I should be able to take care of this gas one. Need a different refinery in order to handle getting the polymer resin, so we'll have to consider doing something a little bit different there. Oh, okay. Here I was thinking that I needed 100 in order to handle some of the research, but apparently not. Need a little bit more than just that. Okay. Well, for the time being, we'll put the rebar back in here for right now. Let's see. So I still need to do grab this. And what was the other one that I needed? Oh, right, the biomass. That's silly me. It's right over here. Hopefully I didn't grab extra that I don't really need, like, you know. Okay, no, I don't. Didn't have any spares up here, so. Okay. Research that, get that out of the way.
Gas Nobelisk unlocked. Chase away creatures with a damaging cloud of gas. Note: also harms unwary pioneers. Not for recreational use.
Yeah, I would probably suggest not, you know. Probably might be deadly, just a little. Okay. Um, let's see. Well, we should be good on the motors, or we should have, you know, 250 motors by now. So, let me double check. I'll grab that because I'm heading back over towards uh, the coal with the boulder on top of it. I want to kind of test out the explosives. And okay, just wondering if I had any like spare motors here, but clearly I do not. So yeah. We're gonna go there, grab the 250 motors. We're gonna blow up the well, I probably should blow up the boulder first, you know, and make sure that I stand far enough back because, you know, I don't know what the range of this explosive is going to be. And I don't even know like how much like how many explosives I need to take out the boulder, so that's going to be a little bit of an experiment as well. So okay, so okay. Okay. Obviously, I didn't throw it that far. Yeah, and it doesn't tell me right click to explode, so that's a little irritating. But okay, so I just kind of missed the placement. Okay. And thankfully the explosion wasn't too large, so like I didn't get hurt by it. Although I'm kind of curious as to like the overall range. So let me kind of go over here real quick. Okay. Will not explode in my hand. Gotcha. Okay, and that range. Ooh, yep, that definitely hurt a bit. So okay. Oh, there we go. A little bit of an experiment on that. So, thankfully it wasn't. I mean, you know, if I wanted to, I could probably just, like, hey, let me, you know, you know, throw it out there, kind of stand on top of it, and see if it kills me directly. But let me wait until my health gets restored first before I try that out. Um, hey there, Ovid. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. How's your day been? Okay, so let's see. What's the next thing that I kind of want to try to do? I want to try to get that black. Um, I want to get the next part for the um, black powder going. But clearly, I need some different resource. A different area for the resources. Again, I don't know um, if this area is going to be good enough for that. Yeah, no worries there, Ovid. I got you. Holding down on the left click will throw it further. I just didn't need to. So, um, and no worries. No problem, or Ovid. But be careful. Try not to give me too much information. No, uh, no backseating. But um, but the thing is that the explosives didn't necessarily tell me that outright, so that's okay. That's you know so okay. Right. Let's get the engines. Nope, 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 nope. Don't want to go in there yet. Okay, so 100, 200, 250. There we go. We'll grab 50 more just to have on hand, seeing that, some of the, uh, resources and stuff like that have been kind of needing more motors than before. So, um, okay. Let's see. Okay, so it's been 2 hours. We can go ahead and do a video stop here. And we'll pick it up for the next video. um, you know, the what we can do is see about trying to get some different. Well, first, let me turn in the monorail, and then I'm gonna try to see about the smoke and see if I can find a place for that, or find a find a location that I can produce the um, the sulfur, the coal, and the petroleum all in one location to handle um, generating that particular resource. So we'll see about maybe working on that a bit. Um, we'll also check out um, like the next milestones, which might require a little bit more electrical production, which um, might mean that I might need to do a little bit more construction over here to try to get that up and running. Um, so we'll look into that maybe. So yeah, okay. That's gonna be in and it for this. So let's see about going out with a bang. Okay, does about four squares of damage. Good to know. All right, and with that, we're going to go ahead and close out this video. Hope you like that little explosion at the end. Um, obviously we'll be stopping off this part A video and we'll be moving on to a part B. But if you're still here with the stream, stay tuned. I'm not going anywhere yet, but um, for those of you that are watching on YouTube, a like and subscribe would be fantastic. Check out the description for multiple links down there, uh, links that help me out directly, community links, and so on and so forth. Check them all out. Would really appreciate the support. And yeah, that's going to be it for part A for today's stream on June 28th, 2026, if anybody's kind of curious. Alright then. Well, take care. See you all next time on this recording. And starting up a brand new recording for part B. So there we go. Okay. So, um, if you weren't here for the first 2 hours of today's stream or part A of the video, or if you're watching this on YouTube, I would recommend watching the part A, for you know missed content and whatnot. But we built up built up the resources to get ourselves some explosives. So we got that going for us. We kind of um, we didn't really do much in terms of, well, we changed things up a little bit over here in the sense that I wanted to get a few more um, wires going. Seeing that we were uh, generating like too much cable at one point in time, but it definitely looks like I've cleared out my stack of cable, so that's not great. But I mean, we were making a lot of the automated wiring, so what I could probably do is let's and change this up here a little bit. Oh no. I have this as a merger. That's not good. Nope, nope, nope. That one. Switch this over to a splitter. That over there. That over there. And there we go. We'll start stacking this storage container back up again. Obviously, we're not going to be, producing enough cables to, you know, efficiently make any automated wiring. But for right now, we're okay with that. We're not like hurting for that right at the moment. But I just wanted to kind of work on getting, more straters produced. So, I cut down the construction for the automated wiring to focus more on the stratter construction. So it is what it is. Okay, so let's go ahead and turn in the 250 motors that we have on hand. And then we will see about um, trying to construct more of the smoke. Also, just in case anybody was wondering, I started part B out with some being hurt. I was, uh, basically about 4 bars low. Um, that's because I wanted to kind of test out like how much damage does an explosive do to myself if I'm a little too close. And well, comes come to find out, that's 4 bars. So good to know. So it doesn't outright kill me. It hurts, but it doesn't outright kill me. So okay. And now we have trains.
Milestone reached. Trains are excellent for efficiently moving vast quantities of parts. Train logistics can be made more precise and complex with tools found in the railway signaling milestone. I listen to all my pioneers, often when they're not even aware of it.
Oh, really?
So, due to popular demand, I have added a motivational message. Choo choo, mother.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you there. I, you know, I appreciate the candidacy there. Okay. So next thing that you know, clearly the rest of the parts here, requires more of the industrial manufacturing. As you can see, heavy modular frames, for example, you know. So plus, I need to be able to complete phase 3 anyway. Try to figure out how to make the modular engines in the adaptive control unit, which, I'm assuming, I'm going to be needing a lot of motors for this and, probably the adaptive wiring for that. So maybe even the computers, who knows. So the manufacturer there with the craft 3 or 4 parts into another part is going to be interesting. Um, so we'll see what we can do on this. So, um, but clearly I need to get some resources together to handle this. Let's see. First off, let's go grab our 200 of the frames, which I believe I still have them over here. So yeah, I probably should make you know put this into like a larger box to, you know, put it more in the industrial. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna do 1, 2, 3. We get the 200 there. We have still plenty of wire back at the main base, so we're going to go out and collect some plastic. So we'll head out in that general direction. I probably should try to like do some form of like naming convention for the areas that I've built up. You know, just to basically say like, hey, I'm going to, you know, base A, base B, base C, base D, whatever. So I've also been meaning to try to cut down the trees here because flying through the trees and the branches is not exactly ideal. That's something that I really enjoy, but sorry for anybody that, you know, is like, oh my god, this is hurting my eyes, or anything along those lines. Okay, now we already have plenty of fuel on us and stuff like that, so we don't really need to, you know, work on anything here. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering, you know, the super fuel, like maybe I need to put it into like the packaged oil or something like that in order to, you know, get that going. I don't really know. All right, we'll grab 2 stacks here. Now, the unfortunate part about this right at this time is the fact that because we're kind of stalled out in terms of, you know, pumping fuel out of here, you know, we're maxed out on our fuel production. So, um, so like one of the things that, you know, I should probably consider doing is like, you know, putting out the, you know, getting a fuel generator, you know, out here so that I can just start pumping, you know, oil into it like constantly so that, you know, I'll always have some form of production going for the, uh, you know, for the rubber and for the plastic right at the moment. But at the same time, if I get, you know, if I'm full up on the rubber and the plastic, will it stop production of the oil as well? Hmm, not sure about that. So, Okay, but another one of the reasons why I wanted to come out here is to see if one, there's any nearby coal. No, not really. And sulfur. And not exactly the, what I'm kind of looking for in terms of, um, like overall, you know, uh, not necessarily what I'm kind of looking for in terms of overall, like, um, if I'm gonna try to make that black, um, what is it called again? Ooh, I can't even make it there. Let's see. Oh, I need a refinery in order to make the smokeless powder, which makes sense because I need to, you know, fill it in with the heavy oil. So, um, but yeah. Uh, hmm. Well, that's gonna be a bit of a problem in the sense that, I'm kind of limited by the, um, where the resources are and, you know, where the oil is right at this moment in time. Let us check on the crude oil again. Clearly, yeah, I still have, these two here that I can still kind of make use of, but clearly if I'm doing the powder, you know, so according to this on the map, I have, some, I guess probably some oil out here and some oil out here. Um, is that spots for, coal and sulfur and stuff like that as well? I'm not sure. I mean, I know that there's some sulfur there, but I mean, that's not exactly a great distance in that case. So, but maybe this here might be, a great location for, oil and coal and sulfur, maybe. Um, but if I'm going to be heading out in that general direction, then I'm probably going to want to unload some of the stuff that I have in my inventory here because, taking all this out on the road with me is going to be very dangerous. So, okay, let's head on back and throw all these resources in for the milestone. Clearly I won't have enough to complete the milestone. Still need the 200 motors, which, you know, that's a slow process right now. Um, we could see about trying to get, you know, the wrecked ship up there. See if we can get up there to get the hard drive up there. Um, but yeah, head off to the hub. Drop off all the resources. Yep. Okay, throw these in. That. Throw those in. There. Go grab some more cables. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Throw that back in. Grab another set just in case. Okay, and then there we go. Okay, so we just need to worry about the motors now, which I doubt that I have 150 over there. Although it has been a little bit of time. Let's check. Then we'll head back towards the hub and, you know, put all of our resources away, and then we'll go exploring. Because I'm not quite sure what else I can really do right at this moment in time. I'm waiting for motors, then yeah, almost there. 150, but not quite. Um, let's see. And I'm out here. Is that gonna like ping that one? No, it didn't ping that one. Interesting. Okay. Um. Okay. I mean, I think the next thing that I should probably do is let me check back over here. Now, see if this is indeed the oil. I mean, we have the sulfur going here, so maybe we can see about uh, maybe we can see if that might be an okay-ish area for smoke production. Maybe. I'm not necessarily liking the idea of going out in that general direction because, I mean, the further out I go, the tougher the monsters are going to be, and I don't have any form of like body armor or anything along those lines to take the damage that some of these guys are dishing out right at the moment. Uh, so, uh, so for right now, we're just going to store all of our resources in there-ish. But we'll go ahead and take our explosives, take our solid biofuel. We'll go ahead and bring along our concrete and our iron plates because those are needed for foundation construction. We'll bring along just along 4 of the fuel. Let's see. Let me bring along the wire cable. Not that I'm really like looking to make a lot of power poles or anything along those lines, but should have them available just in case I do happen to run into some crash sites. I can, if they basically want me to put up some power lines, I have the resources on hand in order to do so. I'm not looking to build any kind of miners right at this moment in time. I'm just kind of, exploring for the most part. So don't really need my umbrella or anything like that. So although probably having a couple miners on hand would be, might be good, especially if, for example, like I find like a SAM site, for example, right? Then I can at least, throw a couple portable miners down to start collecting on some of it, you know. Uh, so yeah. It's too bad that I haven't been able to get to a point of being able to scan for said SAM site. Um, I actually need to collect some SAM in order to, get the scannable resource. So add that to the to-do list. Just to kind of keep an eye out for it. But yeah. Um, you know, we'll worry about the you know, the electronics portion of this later, you know. So I don't necessarily want to, you know, start trying to build on that first. So, all right. So first off, let's head on out to where the where black powder is being produced, and we'll use that as a kind of a, you know, rough um, starting point for what I need to do. All right, so you know, clearly we have some limestone down there. Oh, that I just scanned for. Find out soon enough, I guess. Ah, oil. Right. Okay, so clearly that's a hotbed for oil that's out there. So, and there's the other oil up there. Why I'm able to scan this here from that there, but not over here is mind-boggling. Like, this is a closer distance to this than where I'm at right now, so weird. Um, let's see. We need coal. Ooh, okay. This might be a good area for, I mean, obviously it's gonna, you know, require a bit of distance in order to transport like the sulfur, the coal, and the oil all into like one central location, but this might be a good area for that. Okay, let us, instead of going down around and up through here to get to our um, sulfur over here, let's see about trying to like maybe go this way if I can. There might be some poison plants around here, but we can we can see about trying to handle that a little bit more. Or okay. Let's see. Let us pull out the hard drive scanner and let's head off towards our Ooh. And it's a good thing that I can jump out of the way here a little bit. Oh. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Wait. Is it up? Ah. It might be up on top of the hill. Up there. Trying to get up there might be a little difficult to do, though. Hmm. Oh, yep, there it is. Okay, so mark right there for right now. Not necessarily kind of looking for them, although it would be kind of nice to grab one and grab them. But the problem is that one of the concerns that I have is if I'm going out into areas unknown, you know, it's going to be really problematic to, like, if I die out there, you know, and suddenly the hard drive drops. So I'd rather not deal with that. So if I can help it anyway. Alright. There's our sulfur area. Hey there, Murphin. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. How's your day been? Okay. So clearly we have another wreck out here somewhere. Really seeing it offhand, nor do I necessarily see a bit of smoke. Did I get this game? Well, I do know that the summer sale is going on right at this moment in time, so it is at a cheaper price if you're so inclined. Um, and you know, I'm not like a major like I haven't played it a lot. I mean, this is I mean, I played it a number of hours already, but like still feel like I've only scratched the surface. Like I'm still working on phase 3, and there's what total like phase 5, so I'm kind of like midway there in terms of like technology tree. So I haven't even seen the end game. Um, overall, you know, the if you're like interested in like a construction style game, like hey, I'm going to like make a lot of buildings and put up a lot of um you're on Xbox and there's no sale. Ah, that's unfortunate. But yeah, okay. Um, but I mean, if you're looking for something that's um like more like construction style, like hey, I want to build, all these factories and buildings and all this kind of jazz, and see what you like to build, then it's definitely going to fill that niche. Um, Now there is a little bit of, creatures on the planet that you have the choice of, keeping them hostile or some of them hostile, or you could also just turn off that option and make them passive. So like for example, like I can go to options right now, go to gameplay, and creature hostility. I can keep it at the default, which you know creatures will attack players on sight. I can switch it over to passive, which they won't do anything to you. Or, you can switch it over to retaliate, where, if you attack them first, they'll attack right back. So, so if they're hostile or if they're very aggressive, then default, they'll come after you. So, so there's that side of the game as well. Um, so you don't necessarily need to worry about like, creatures coming after you if you just set them up into passive. The only downside of it is, they can kind of potentially get in the way of your buildings and stuff like that. So you probably will have to kind of kill them off to allow for you to build, but that's up to you. The map is huge, you know. Like I've only scratched the surface of where I'm at, you know. I have one biome here, which is kind of more of the grassy plains. I've kind of seen over here that it's kind of more of a desert landscape. I think this is more of like a red forest kind of area. So I mean, there's multiple different biomes as well that you can kind of um, inhabit. And from the looks of it, this is looking more like a mushroom area than anything else, from what I'm seeing. So, from what I understand, there is a storyline to this, but I haven't gotten very far in the overall game to outright know what the storyline is all about. But um, there's something like under the surface from this game, so I'm not quite sure exactly what it's all about, but you know, but again, I haven't gotten into end game yet anyway, so. And there's obviously, other hazards as well, such as like poison clouds and stuff like that. So I mean, there's challenges to the game. Um, is there an outright creative like in Minecraft? I think so. I think there is a creative option that you can choose when you go into a new game. So, um, although I can't 100% remember on that, you'd probably have to kind of look back at my first stream to see the options. So, oh damn it, switch it back to there. Okay, so let's see. So it's out in that German version as well. 584 meters is not exactly ideal to link up with my sulfur up here. Um, Let's see if there's any sulfur closer to the coal that's out there. Hmm, not really. Although, wait. Okay. Of course, the crude oil. Hmm, okay. This might be... I mean, it's not necessarily ideal because, you know, we only had one sulfur up here. We had multiple coal over here. And clearly our Mark II, um, our Mark II, uh, miner is only generating, um, 60 sulfur per minute. So that's not exactly a high amount to be, um, you know, for this as a, huge reliant on, making the black powder. Um, let's see. I can't necessarily build it without all the materials. Okay. What we're going to do then is um, we're going to see about looking into this area over here, see how uh, how much this is going to be a pain in the ass. Um, so trying to make sure that I get like a good placement for the ramp. I don't necessarily want it super high on the walkway, so I don't necessarily not really. This is about as good as I'm gonna be able to get, right? Right about there. Alright. do 6 for right now. I saw the 7th kind of going into the ground, so. Alright. Alright. You know what? Let's just avoid these guys. Grab that. Thank you. Whee! Goodbye. Pardon me. Excuse me. Coming through. Okay, there's the coal. So here I am surrounded by coal all over the place. I'm almost half inclined on going up there a little bit more. Okay, there's a couple cool places out there. A body of water. Okay, let's kind of go on back and try to go up the hill a little bit more. Nitrogen gas. Something that I can't necessarily... Not something that I can, you know, mine up right at this moment in time, or, you know, collect upon. Iron ore I don't really need right at the moment. And that's pretty much death there. Gotta be careful. Don't necessarily want to be jumping to my death. Oh boy. That looks like a purple slug with a lot of deadly enemies around it that I don't necessarily want to be dealing with. So we'll ignore it for now. Interesting. So it's kind of considering... Oh, Jesus! Ah, scared the living Jesus out of me. Go away. Still something nearby that's, like, hissing at me. Is that the copper node down there? Yeah. see. Okay, well, I guess... I mean, I do need a purple dog. I don't know if I can get all the way out there, though. Whee! Let's see. Yeah, probably not gonna be able to kind of get there directly, so just going to build some foundations out there. Careful, careful, careful. I see that guy there. There's multiple bogeys there. Not great. Might be a little bit more problematic than what I'm... Might be taking on a little bit more than what I should be doing right now, but I really do want that purple. I see that guy right there. That's, you know, potential for problems. Not quite enough. Okay. Where's that guy? Ow. Okay. Now, unfortunately, I'm most likely not able to get up to that by, you know, just walking up there, so... do something a little bit else. This, and we're good. Nice. Yeah, they're all three Pyroslug types. Awesome. Okay, now. Yeah, that's death out there. And this looks like just a ton of just mushrooms and plateaus and stuff like that. This looks like a total annoyance in terms of trying to get any kind of resources out of it all. I'm not necessarily looking forward to that right now. If I'm trying to do coal, sulfur, oil, oil down there, coal up here. We have coal there, oil down there, and then sulfur somewhere over there. I don't know. I mean, I could try to get the sulfur that's, over over there, where my original sulfur plant is. Could try to do that. Try to like maybe meet in the center there. All three. But that's a lot of construction, and this area is super hostile. It is not going to be looking good in terms of trying to build up some form of construction area without like getting attacked almost constantly, it feels like. Well, let me keep on, trucking out to um, let me see about getting out to this sulfur over there. See what else I can, you know, what am I going to face, if I was to kind of go in that general direction anyway. See, the fact that, I had so many, like, different enemies just kind of guarding a lot of these nodes, for example, is a little problematic. So far, you know, based off of what I've seen in the game, there hasn't been any aquatic hostiles yet. Oop, I see a crash site over here. Any enemies are nearby it though. Oh, damn it. Same enemies as before. The last time that I fought these guys on the beach, they always come they always come in combos. You have this guy here that likes to... Oh, what the fuck? Come on, get a little bit closer. Oh, no, no. That's why I'm like, could really use some body armor because those guys hit like trucks sometimes. Thankfully, they're not like the worst. In that, like, you know, the ones that, you know, I find to be like some of the worst monsters in this game so far have been like the hogs, ones that are, you know, that like to kind of try to ram you. I think everything's kind of relatively cleared. Package fuel, okay. Red pod, oh, damn. Okay. Okay, see, how far away am I? Pretty far away. I can probably do it. Pardon me, guys. Excuse me. Pardon me. Coming through. Coming through. Pardon me. Pardon me. Coming through. Really? Ah, damn it. I was kind of hoping. It fell down. Okay. That up there. Okay. Yeah, there's my ramp. Didn't necessarily want to be messing with, you know, those guys too much. So. Oh, come on. Go. And put that right there. And this will connect with that. down, back out there, grab the hard drive. There we go. There we go. Operational. Open Sesame. Okay. Now, one of the problems with the map is the fact that in order to be able to observe the wider area, you know, you're gonna need to be able to get, you know, up high in order to see everything. So, so anything that, you know, has any form of like, you know, shade or anything along those lines is not great. So, doesn't necessarily help on showing the overall map. Oh, that is a lot of creatures in that path right at the moment. I'd rather not do that. Not if I can help it. We're gonna go back this way. Okay, a little bit of a poison cloud area. Can't really do anything there. Oh, hi. Now, one of the things that, you know, I do want to try to do at some point is try to find, you know, some kind of SAM resource, which, you know, so far I've yet to find even like, you know, it looks like even like a node to like mine any of the resources. So it's like, But then again, you know, like maybe I'm like searching in the wrong spot. Like maybe I need to go down in the caves or something like that to find them. Okay, so obviously, you know, here's those oil fields. So there's that. Um, it's that direction somehow. Oh, okay. Not letting me get a, oh, it's not even letting me get a foothold. Pardon me, excuse me, coming through. Oh boy. That is some poisonous clouds there. That's not great. Go this way. hearing? Is it just raining? Because I'm not necessarily seeing rain right now. Oh, okay. That doesn't look great. Oh, now I'm seeing some raindrops on my helmet. So I guess it is indeed raining. Yeah, looks like we got ourselves a little bit of a I mean, that would be a nice way to kind of be able to go on through. And I suspect, like, right in front of me is going to be the sulfur. Yeah. Oh, okay. I see some wreckage up there. Ha ha ha! Hi there. Hmm. Oh, there's some more enemies here. Hi, guy. Any more? Oh, it's broken into... Ah, that's... Ah, damn it. So the hard drive is up there, but all the rest of the remaining pieces are down here. Damn it. Is this quartz? Yeah, it's quartz. Damn it. Okay, you know what? I'm going to build a ramp up there. Oh boy. Okay. Repairs needed. What do I need? Plastic? Oh. Oh. Okay. Well, we're going to go ahead and mark this down on our map as... But that needs, you know, the hard drive. So... So clearly I, you know, don't have the necessary equipment to repair it. I'm curious as to what's up here. Oh, 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 oh. Alright. Question. Okay. Another one. I was wondering if explosives could, you know, get rid of that guy, and it did, so that's good to know. Now, I'm not quite sure about the other, um, you know, obviously, you know, those flowers become active and all that, but, you know, I'm also kind of curious as to whether or not, you know, that can also be exploded, but we'll have to see about that. Probably better to kind of test it back at home than really do anything else. To be honest, I have, you know, one hard drive, this little pink slug, purple power slug on me. It's probably best for me to go home. So let's not push my luck on this. Pardon me. Excuse me. Come through. Oh, damn it. Missed. I do appreciate the slide jumps. Okay, haven't spotted any Sam either, or at least nothing yet. Oh, yeah. I knew those guys would pop back up. Guys are so annoying. Oh, poisonous cloud, poisonous cloud. Ah! Shit. That's not good. Still flying at me? Probably. I don't see them, but maybe they do have a range on them that they'll eventually stop. Alright. Alright. So, no Sam found yet. And it's looking like my the idea of like maybe trying to do, you know, that plus that plus that isn't gonna work very well. My best bet is probably just to do these three, somehow get them all kind of in the center, but I don't know, man. Not really liking that kind of setup either. I kind of wish that there was something like a little bit closer together, like them almost like right on top of each other. But so far, haven't found anything yet that's super useful. Um, okay, hold on. Let's head on up to the hub. Clearly, I got some animal remains that I should put away, and I got some electronic parts, so maybe I can kind of use them to do some research, maybe. Let's see. Hard drives. One hard drive to scan. There we go. Get started on that. Okay. Creatures. Sort through that. Put those away. That way. That way. There we go. Now, have a little bit more of the heavy modular frame, so throw that in there. Now have some yellow parts slugs, so put those in there, and then we'll use this. Oh wait, I just started the hard drive research. Can't do the purple power slug research yet. Oh well. Okay. Total of 200 circuit boards that can be done. Let's see. Throw the circuit boards in there. Let's kind of throw these in there for right now. And that should be fine. Okay, let's go check out our motors. How our motors are doing so far. Grab our 50 that we have already. I don't think I've stored away any others. Like it. So, if I have a total of 150, then we can get the industrial manufacturing going. Even though I don't know if I'm anywhere near ready to kind of get that started, but um, like what I think I'm really gonna need to kind of do is like so far I haven't seen any kind of SAMs anywhere out on the surface, so maybe they're hiding more in the cave systems, but like the caves are not exactly easy to spot either, so um, okay. We have enough for the industrial manufacturing, so we can get that started. I really do want to try to find a SAM resource, but obviously not quite sure where to find it. Or if there's anything even remotely close by here that, could have them. Now, I could use the information that I've gleaned um, from, you know, the four-player co-op that I've been kind of doing a little bit. They've kind of shown me an area where you know, there's a Sam, but I'm nowhere near it, and to be honest, if I have enemies on a default for fighting, I'm gonna be hard pressed to try to even get down to it. So yeah. All right.
Milestone reached. Manufacturers can receive up to 4 inputs for the production of complex parts, such as computers and heavy modular frames, but most importantly, the 2 new project parts.
Yep.
The modular engine and adaptive control unit are essential for the development of Phase 3 of Project Assembly. You are making good progress. The future is starting to look bright.
Okay. Don't really need this at all. Um, but the pipeline could be useful. So that's why I'm kind of thinking I'll go for the pipeline engineering. Um, like I, you know, uh, one of the one of the things that I'm, you know, uh, like the monorail train, right? It's kind of used to transport freight and fluids from a distance to another part of your factory, right? And that's all well and good. Um, the problem that I would have is um, just like building the path, like you know, and like our, you know, there's still so much for me to, uh, has a wide turn angle. So yeah, trying to plan that out might be a bit rough. Well, we're gonna go ahead and like I don't, if even if I was to do the railway signaling, um, like I don't think I'm gonna have like multiple trains going, period anyway. So just trying to have like multiple trains going across the map isn't necessarily something that I'm starting to do. So, although kind of curious. 28 computers there. And 21 modular frames there. Hmm. I don't know if I'm gonna have the. I'm definitely gonna have to do some construction to make the remaining modular frames and the like. Oh, just the resources alone on that. Ew. Okay. Okay, there's the research. Hmm. Don't really need either one of these. The fact that the ore ingots itself goes directly into a constructor to make the wires interesting. But I mean, that's what I was doing for the copper as well, so. But I mean, that is, I mean, if I really needed a lot of wire, which I really don't, this would be a nice one to have, but I'm really not necessarily using quartz yet, so this isn't really that useful either, so let's rescan the. Okay, here we go. I'd heard about these cast screws, the fact that you can do um, iron ingots directly into screws, basically bypassing the need for the iron rods. Um, you know, this is very handy from what I understand. So I'm gonna go ahead and take care of that real quick. Okay. Um, so let us go and grab ourselves some more plastic and rubber to finish off the rest of the, or to potentially fill up the for the pipeline. Um, Although again, just trying to get the all the resources together just to build, um, the uh, heavy modular frame is not going to be looking that great, in my opinion. I nah, I'm not necessarily looking forward to that. So, all right, purple slug. Oh, I need the frames and right. Yep. Start that research and done.
Research completed. Purple power slugs seem to be near the end of their life cycle and have a significant amount of potential energy stored. It is a good thing Fixit does not waste. Purple power slugs can now be processed into power shards.
Oh wow. Iron crystal. Clearly I can't make that directly. Although from the looks of it, you know, um like maybe after I get all this, overly researched, then I can potentially make as many power shards as I want to where I'm gonna be manufacturing them. I have no idea, but I mean, seems like you know potential for building things. Um, so one of the things that um I should also try to do is work on getting the priority merger here. Um, and uh, smart splitter, programmable splitter. These are ones that I really probably should kind of be looking towards making as well. Although obviously, trying to make the 50 computer parts and the frames are going to be fun. maybe I can kind of do this down nearby the coal power plant because I mean, now that I have the cast screws, like the only thing that I'm really, having like a major problem with for the heavy modular frame is the regular modular frame. And there are quite a number of iron nodes that I haven't really used up there either, so I might be able to work out getting the heavy modular frames done. So that's going to be interesting. Computers haven't even gotten towards because I haven't even started the process for making the computer boards and stuff like that. Uh, so yeah. I mean, that doesn't look like it's that difficult of a build. I just need to make sure that I have the oil and copper nearby to make them. So, actually, oil and copper is really only thing that I need in order to get the circuit boards and computers being made. Interesting. Okay. I don't really remember any copper nodes around this particular area, though. Hmm. Okay, well, let me go and grab the plastic and the rubber at the very least. Get those set. Because clearly the freighter's back, so we can put those resources to good use. Um, Damn. Yeah, so far I've yet to find a single. The SAM seems to be very difficult to come by, or at least not. It's not necessarily easily, you know, like it's not like you know out on the ground or anything along those lines that I can just kind of, or at least it doesn't seem like you know, like you have like the iron ore um, uh, small buildup nodes that you can just kind of mine and break, those nodes up. So you know, I was trying to keep an eye out for something similar to that, for example. Just kind of break it up so that I can get just a little bit of SAM, just enough to get the scan activated, but like even that isn't necessarily, or at least not seeing any you know around to potentially get you know so okay, so throw that one in there. We'll grab four more there for the 1000. Just grab 200 more of there. Now, obviously we're not getting any more plastic right now, so that's not exactly ideal. Everything's kind of stalled out here, so um, Not great. There's 1,000 there, and we'll grab 200 more just to have on hand. Let's see. Is there a copper node anywhere nearby here? Not really. Not exactly ideal um, for computer part build. Unless I do this over here. That's also not super great either. Okay. One thing that I'd like to do is get have enough resources on me. I want to get some fuel generated power going. I don't know where, I don't know what I need in order to get like what kind of oil I need. So let's see what we can find out here. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Looks like this is the. Looks like it takes that kind of fuel. So. Okay. Okay, so that should, bring our plastic and stuff like that production back online. Basically, it's always going to be consuming fuel, so it's always going to be, you know, generating power, so that's going to be handy for us. Let's see, we still got enough resources. Yeah. So let's head on back to the hub. We'll put the plastic and rubber back in, and then what I think I'm gonna do is kind of I need to start like searching in areas that I haven't been, even if it's like a lot of danger, just to see if I can get, find either, a full-on node of SAM somewhere, or like you know, small little sliver of SAM just to get that 10 needed to, you know, to do a search for it. So, um, so we'll have to kind of see what we can do on that. I think that's probably what I'm gonna do. And like, I do believe my 2 hours is gonna be coming up here for this particular part of the video. Um, so probably gonna go ahead and like, you know, end part B here, or you know, part B soon at least, and then um, we'll go into a part C, and I'll just kind of try to focus on just exploring, seeing if I can um, seeing if I can find something out there in the world. There we go. Okay. Now, thing that I could do. Yeah, the quartz. Um, we could try to work on getting this explorer up because, you know, it says traverses rough terrain, including near vertical surfaces, a fast and nimble exploration vehicle. So, you know, maybe I could use that as, you know, to get around a little bit more. So maybe I'll do that in part C. As you can see, I've hit my 4 hour mark. So we'll add that to the list of things to build and set up, and then we'll go from there. So um but yeah, that's going to be it for part B for this particular stream. Um you know, I want to thank everybody that kind of joined me in chat to chat with me for a short period of time. You know, Ovid and Armurfin, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Um, Also, you know, if anybody's like watching this video a little bit later, you know, on YouTube, a like and subscribe would be fantastic. Check out the description for multiple links, links that help me out directly, such as Patreon or, you know, donations. You know, that would be very helpful. Um, you know, or you know, there's other links there as well. If you can't, you know, um, no worries on the financial if you can't. Um, but I mean, there's also the um, you know, social side of things as well. You know, the Discord and the well, I don't really use like Twitter, or Blue Sky, or anything like that anymore. But you know, it's there if anybody's interested. Um, but yeah, that's gonna be it for part B of Satisfactory. Hopefully you enjoyed. Hopefully I'll catch you next time. But until then, take care. Have a good night. Stay healthy, stay safe. There's strangers next time. Okay, the process and starting up part C of today's video. This will probably be my last part of the stream. I still want to get some food in me and stuff like that. Get some dinner and prep for Monday and Tuesday. Um, so I don't necessarily want all this stuff with me when I just go exploring, but you know. Oh, so just to kind of give you all folks a heads up here. Um, we did a little bit of searching in Part B. If you happen to skip it for some reason, you know, we kind of searched in this area a little bit, just trying to see like the lay of the land, and it wasn't exactly fantastic. Um, you know, I'm looking to see about trying to make um, you know, more materials to do, you know, like, you know, I still need to do work towards, you know, a getting the smokeless powder up and running, for example. And, you know, clearly as you can see, you know, for, you know, I need black powder um to even process it, plus petroleum to uh, you know, to get it going. So basically, you need sulfur, coal, and petroleum. And so far, I haven't really found the greatest site for it. I found something relatively okay, but it's not great either. There's a lot of enemies in the area. So that's going to be kind of problematic to try to get the smokeless powder up and running. Unless I can find like somewhere else. So, um, which is one of the reasons why the idea of doing um, you know, setting up for the this explorer vehicle, you know, maybe I can, you know, use that as, you know, potential for, you know, seeing what's out there. I mean, I have a lot of fuel already, so I don't think I'm gonna have any problems with overall fuel. Um, you know, um, I'm just kind of more concerned about, you know, I gotta be a little careful because obviously I haven't explored all the map yet, and you know, I don't necessarily want to be driving off a cliff or anything along those lines. So, um, it's one of the small concerns that I have with that. Okay, just like I have 84 frames on me, so time for me to go and grab some more. So we'll research the Explorer. We'll see about trying to build it if we can. If we can't, then I'll just try to do it manual then. I'll just, you know, try to go out on foot, which not necessarily liking that potential prospect, but you know, yep. Make the 10 crystal oscillators to finish off the research. Um, so far they haven't given me or at least I don't think there's been a way that I can automate the crystal oscillator. Let's see. Okay, so what do we got here? Okay, so I need quartz crystal reinforced iron plates, and a lot of cable. Okay. Thankfully, I have all that. So, reinforced iron plates. Quartz. I mean, I only need 10, so... Yeah. 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. Okay. Yeah.
Explorer unlocked. This personnel transport vehicle facilitates rapid traversal of difficult terrain and climbs like a mountain goat that has returned from extinction.
Okay. So, Explorer. Okay, so we need 5 motors. Okay. Need 5 more of the crystal oscillator. Steel pipes. So, I should have some steel pipes still. Yeah. And 5 of the oscillator there. 1, 2, and 3. That's about as much as we can do. That inside there. And Explorer. And there we go. Crafting. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. So now we got it all kind of filled up. I don't know how much fuel it can consume. So for now, we're going to go ahead and store everything in here. We're going to go ahead and sort everything and take all the fuel with us. Let's see, we'll take all the iron plate cement with us again for the foundations. the portable miners again, just to have them on hand. But I think that's about as much as I really want. Maybe I'll take the explosives as well to have on hand. Alright. Now, we're going to go ahead and put all the fuel into storage right at this moment in time. And we're going to go out here, or, you know, so what I'm going to do, what I'm planning on doing, is driving out over here and picking up some more fuel just to see, like, how much I've consumed, how much fuel I've consumed, and see how, you know, you know, how does this vehicle handle, you know. Okay. Oop, oop, oop. Oh, I thought. Okay. I'm gonna have a little bit of difficulty on that one. There we go. Ooh. Okay, has a little bit of drift going on there. I think I just destroyed that plant. That's not great. Didn't necessarily wanted to do that. Don't want to go that way. It's basically a cliff anyway, so. Oh, thud. Okay, so cannot go through trees. Okay, let's see. Do I drive much? No, of course not. Okay. Those little insect guys do open up if I try to drive on past. Doesn't look like I'm like being overly attacked by those spitter guys yet. How well do I drive in water? Not too bad. I don't know. I don't necessarily want to be testing in like, you know, super ocean, you know, deep water, but oh wow. Okay. I can kill a creature by running it over. Good to know. Doesn't look like I, you know, got hurt overall by it, but okay. So I've just done. I just used 18. Oh my gosh, that that was nothing. Okay. I'm still really good in terms of fuel overall. This is really efficient in terms of fuel. So, and so far, I haven't really had too much like trying to attack me either. So, yeah, let's go exploring. Oh, okay. So that's what happens when you try to go too much into the water. It basically says, nope, can't do that. Okay, so basically, obviously the light blue or the shallows is all that it can really traverse then. Which, I mean, makes sense, right? So, nope, can't kill those guys. Okay. It doesn't look like um, doesn't look like the Explorer's taking any kind of damage, which is amazing. Um, like you would think that it should, but it's not. Now, the only downside of this, it feels as though I can't do any kind of map searching unless I actually step out of the vehicle. So that's not exactly ideal, but I kind of wish that I could like see everything, you know, without having to kind of get out of the vehicle directly, but oh well. Wouldn't mind a little mini map too. To kind of be able to see like where the um, where the uh, I need a running start at it, huh? Woohoo! Oh boy. Oh, what the heck? Okay. Well, thankfully, I can rebuild it. Operational. Nice. Yep.
Damaged hard drive recovered. Return it to the MAM for data recovery.
Glad to. Gotcha. Okay. I was waiting for that guy to, you know, eventually come around and go, hey, you shouldn't be here. Clear that out. Yeah, we're good. Okay, anything else around here? Oh, doesn't look like it. Ah, damn it. Oh, wow. Oh, boy. Yep. Gotcha, bastard. Come here. Gotcha. Okay. Stand all of them? Can't remember. Okay, got these two up there. Yep, looks like it. Took a lot of damage on that fight, though. Damn. Our quartz. Want it. Nope, don't want that. Okay, well, looks like we are pretty much done here. Let's go ahead and put all the fuel back into there. Okay. So now gonna just kind of try to hug the coast as much as I can. Because again, I don't know how deep the water goes for the most part. Oh, wait. I forgot. I can't really explore anywhere unless I'm actually going, yeah, going up and... Okay, let's see how much of a mountain goat this vehicle does. Okay, well, not much of a mountain goat. Because believe me, mountain goats, you know, could climb that. So, oh, broke the bush. Let's see. Oh, oh, too much. Oh, god damn it. Okay, you know what? Let us do... I'm just gonna hotbar it to 3 just so I can construct it. Don't necessarily like the fact that I'm... Um... I just want to see what's kind of beyond here a bit. Leave the explorer there for now. Just kind of explore along the coastline. Okay, that's about as far as I kind of want to do. Alright. Okay. Let's go over here. Okay. Anything behind the waterfall? Don't really see anything. Oh, right. That's... I linked the power system up with nearby the coal plants as well. So... But I didn't really see anything in there that I'm really looking for, per se. So we're gonna kind of continue we're gonna continue going north. See, even little, rises like this are, a bit problematic because it's like, hey, you can't necessarily look there. Or, it's like, you know, I mean, I guess, it makes sense in the sense that you're not necessarily, um, obviously you can't necessarily look over a rise or anything along those lines. It's just, but, it would be nice to be able to kind of, you know, have the map, update itself based off of, you know, uh, oh, this is the desert that, my friends, um, popped themselves up in. Okay. Well, okay. So a bit of, you know, just to, let you folks know, I have been doing a little bit of a collab with, you know, some friends of mine. And they preferred, setting up here in the desert. And this is where we've kind of set up everything. Because right over there, in those neighborhood, there's a lot of iron nodes. So, so, you know, fairly handy. Um, so, um, but here's the thing. Uh, One of my friends did mention a cave relatively nearby. Can't necessarily remember exactly where it is, but um, it's often that general direction over there, over there. So, uh, oh, whatever. Come here, you. All right, grab some resources. Okay, open up the drop pod. Operational because we have the motors on hand. There we go. Awesome. then we can dismantle that. Anything else in this particular area? Doesn't look like it. Alright. We're gonna keep on kind of going in the general location of where, you know, that cave was. But at the same time, you know, I need to make sure that I, you know, explore the area as well, or, you know, get out of the car to view everything. Because clearly, you know, I'm not viewing everything. Okay, let's see. Uh, yeah. We'll go up this hill and get out and explore a bit. Alright. Good for right now. Now, I think should be like trying to aim for, I think out here is where that one cave was that could be very dangerous for me. But I mean, if I'm in the Explorer, then you know I might be able to kind of get through it fine, potentially. Oh. Clearly I can't necessarily go up. Well, maybe I can. I just need to use some rocket fuel. Oh, I don't have any rocket fuel on me right at the moment. Okay, well, that's not ideal. Still need a little bit on me there, bud. Eh, well, I'll just be able to kind of explore around here a little bit, you know, just to be able to, know, get rid of some of the map, you know. It's unfortunate that the vehicle doesn't allow me to do that, but I mean, whatever. Would be nice, but be nice if it had some form of like auto draw feature or something along those lines for you to, like, you know, explore the map a little bit more with the Explorer. Just saying, you know, would be nice, but at the under on the other side of things, you know, I can kind of understand, like, you know, hey, if you want to, like, you know, draw out the map or something along those lines, then you're gonna have to put in some work on it. Okay. I think the cave is like right here. So if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly. Yep, there it is. I mean, not exactly easy to get to. Not sure if I can get the Explorer over here. Oh, it being such a mountain goat and all. Um, maybe I can go this way. Yeah, I can. So, I have to kind of go down here. Okay. Ah, damn tree. Another damn tree. The reason why I want to try to go inside there with the Explorer is the fact that there's a lot of enemies down in there, and I do not necessarily want to be facing them unless I'm inside a vehicle. So, although this is not great either. Hopefully I can get out of here afterwards. Or at the very least, you know, well, I mean, I can still deconstruct this. So, yep, there they are.
The strange
I just
alien
need
matter, colloquially known
10.
as SAM, seems to be in its dormant crystalline state, meaning it won't
Okay.
break down your body into its base atomic components on touch. This living matter is extremely versatile and has countless applications. Research it in the MAM to establish locally appropriate classification and application, as well as a secure method of awakening.
That's what I plan on doing. So, yeah, you know, I did have some prior information on this there, folks, to find it, but you know, I'm thankful that I do have the vehicle now that, you know, it's allowing me to reverse this a lot easier. So, obviously getting out of the car and trying to, you know, search through there is not gonna work. So, aha. So I'll grab you. Ouch. Not sure why. Normally, there's things that guard against that, you know, or guard them. But okay. So, um, to be honest, I want to take the Sam back to, um, I want to take this back, Sam back to base. So we're just gonna hightail it back to base. Maybe there's gonna be like, you know, maybe there would be a potential for, like, you know, hey, the explorer will research the map for you or something like that. Uh, you know, that would be nice. Or, you know, like additional, some form of like, you know, hey, you know, this, uh, you know, some kind of research that will allow for the explorer to actually, you know, view the map a little bit more than what it's not doing right now. So, ooh, ah, Out here to the dunes. Whee! And we haven't even, we haven't really even needed to do a full refuel either. So this is pretty good so far. Go underneath that. Oh, I want to do that, but whatever. Obviously, don't want to go off to the left, even though that's kind of where my coal base is. Hey, too much here. Yeah. Be a little tricky getting out of here. Yeah. Nope. Nope. Stop that. Stop that. Okay, there we go. Okay. Yay! So now I can finally search for Sam.
Strange alien matter analysis completed. Dormant crystalline SAM can now be found with the resource scanner. In its
Yay!
dormant state, it is safe to handle without special equipment and can be stored indefinitely. Research for enabling the reanimation of dormant SAM is now available.
Fill the rivers with blood and let the effigies defile our temples. The sun will follow.
I'd rather not fill the rivers with blood. That would be quite an undertaking. Plus, trying to dilute the water with blood would be quite a lot. Um, okay. Okay. So obviously next is to try to find an actual SAM resource, find, Sam's actual mining site and start, you know, collecting that, and hopefully be, have it somewhat closer than where I'm currently at as well. So start a scan for the hard drive, and then while it's doing that, scan for Sam. Hi, Sam. Where are you at? Anywhere nearby? Ooh, you are relatively nearby. Huh? You're like super nearby. Okay. Interesting. I need to see where you are at there. Now, question is, are you up or down? Huh? Reload. Toss. Hmm. Okay. Oh. Let's see. Can I make it? I can. Oh. Alright. Now, obviously, getting out of here is impossible from here, so, or at least quite difficult. So, just gonna go out this way. And gonna continue trying to find that SAM site. Now, obviously, these plants with the poison on them is not exactly ideal, but have a lot of these explosives, so might as well make use of them. Hey, is there any easy way of getting down there? Doesn't look like it. Ooh. Oh. Okay. Don't necessarily want those guys around me at all. See a couple of enemies down there already. Trying to get down there is... Oh boy. Oh yeah, one of the big ones. Kobe! Nope, 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 nope. There we go, and... Ah, missed. There we go. Okay. Clearly, oh, okay. I doubt this will lead to some form of escape out. Yeah. Let's see. I'm missing a lot of resources to get through here, but if this has an outside passage, then we're good. Otherwise, I'm screwed. Oh, shit. Ah, god damn it. Okay. Yeah, not surprising that, you know, these guys are like all over this cave. Trying to get resources out of here will be a pain in the ass. Oh, there's a couple more. Thankfully nothing like major, or, you know, nothing like the big guy. Oh, that's problematic. Okay, well, we get to test it now. Can I destroy these with explosives? I can. Question is, does that, does that remove the poison around it? Seems that way. Missed. I don't have a lot more. 13 left. But if I can clear out the passageway here, then that would be fantastic. Okay, it looks like I can destroy those. Clear the path with explosives, which is helpful, which is handy. Ah, damn it. You get your ass back here. Trying to sneak up behind me. Ow. Where's the other guy? Oh, well, that's not really great. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Multiple of you. Gotcha. Ah. An entrance. Okay. So, good to know. Actually, cave entrance. Now let's go and grab ourselves some resources so that we can mine up that Sam. So I want to try to get down there, you know, fast before everything respawns. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Sort. Creature parts. Slugs. Random limestone. Spheres. I need these computers on me right at the moment. Should do. Take all that. See. Should have more than enough to build a mine or two. Yep. See. Oh, I do not have a lot of steel beams. That's not great. Correct that real quick before I consider doing anything more. I was making a lot of steel beams up there, so let's see. Yeah, actually, let's head in that general direction as well. I could use another resupply of bombs, so. Now, I don't know if the poisonous plants are going to be coming on back at some point in time. If they do, they do. I'm gonna make the assumption that, you know, they're much like the animals. They'll eventually respawn. Black powder. Let's see, we'll throw that in there and grab 2 stacks. Okay, now gonna be a little problematic, I would imagine, because I don't necessarily have a good line of sight on the SAM from up here. So wait, don't I have something like yeah, I do have the letters. Okay, so what I could do is damn it. Oh, there we go. Ah, damn it. I just want one. And then we do letter. Now, doing a there, there. Just want to do station vertical again. Well, architecture, letter. Just one blur there. Can never get the letters right on this. I mean, this might be a good way of for me to just kind of put the allow for me to just kind of put the lift, conveyor lift, just send it all the way up kind of thing. So, as well as put some power down here, so. And in fact, set that up right now. Power line there. that. And we do there. Okay. That's about as high as it can go. Gotcha. This. Hopefully I can. Hopefully it's high enough. Kinda is. Kind of do something like this now. Yep. Okay, now let's see. Ladder there. Connect that to there. That. Glitch. Ow. Right there. And then there. So now it should be. The resources should be running. So. Obviously. Connect it to these other lift. So. Hopefully there won't be any problem there, but we'll find out. Oh no, did it? Ah, frack. I hate it when I do that. Wrong direction. Let's see. There we go. That. That way. Then. Oh, what the hell? Whee! There we go. Okay. There we go. Comes some Sam. All the way up there. out this way. Because again, I don't necessarily want the I don't necessarily want to get into a position where, you know, I'm having to contend with the poison plants again, so. Okay, now. Question I have is. I'm assuming that I don't necessarily need to put it into refinery. That would be, or you know, smelter. Like, yeah. So nothing for us to do there. The constructor. What do we got here? Nothing in the constructor. I don't think it should be anything should be in the assembler for it, because we're not like. Well, it might be just the fact that like, hey, we're gonna need to like, sure you scanned it, but you know we don't have any applications for it yet. So let me double check. Okay, thank you for that. I don't think I have any other additional hard drives. I do not. So. Ah, okay, so yeah, I do need 20 SAM to get this reanimated SAM going. So, okay. So let's go back there, and you know, one of the nice things about, you know, them on the conveyor belt right at this moment in time is that I can just easily just pick them up now. So they're just being mined out. Ah, damn it. Ah, damn it. Oh well. There we go. Got my got the 20 SAM. I didn't necessarily want to like throw it into a storage unit or anything like that, because I mean, you know, clearly it's going to be used for other applications and the like. So.
SAM reanimation recipe unlocked. SAM can now be safely awakened, provided it is contained. Meaning, if not contained in special electromagnetic storage, it tends to start breaking atomic bonds of any matter it has physical contact with, and reconstructing it into easily transportable resources.
Scripture and blood compose harmony. Follow our hallowed temple halls and listen to the echoes of your ripples. Our bones are more beautiful than yours.
How dare you? You don't know my bones. How dare you? Okay. Okay, well, I don't necessarily want to get too close to the space elevator and like start building up like construction pads there. So maybe I'll do something now over here. Let's let's clear out some. Clear out this area a little bit for some construction. So it is a little bit rocky here. Not really liking that all that much, but not much I can really do about that. Small rocks around here. Now, so here's the thing. You know, I'm pretty much like 100% sure that these rocks I cannot destroy because they have, you know, they have a different texture to them. So I'm gonna make the assumption that even if I were to throw like an explosive on there, it's not going to actually explode. So, so you know, just as a test. Oh, I'm actually surprised. I'm actually shocked. I did not know that these rocks in particular could be destroyed. Like, you know, typically, you know, I've seen, um, like, you know, you know, I blew up the little, um, you know, the cracked rock that was like, you know, over here, for example, you know, that was definitely, you know, textured differently, but I didn't know that, these were also explodable. Okay. And I get rid of them because they're kind of in the way. I'm assuming that, you know, I can't necessarily do that to just, like, straight old rock fleeces. Like, yeah, okay. They do have a certain, like, you know, they're not absolutely, like, you know, saying, like, hey, you can deform everything. But at least the smaller rocks around the area, you know, one could actually remove, so that's handy. Okay. And nice. I was kind of wondering if you could actually do a you know, multi-explode. All right. Let's see. Constructor. Animated Sam. Okay. And I need some power over here, so I don't want the... Damn it. On Mark IIs. Yep. And now to go ahead and now put that right there. Okay. Grab that. We'll research the next one. Okay. Start that research.
SAM fluctuator recipe unlocked. The fluctuator can mimic unique communication through patterns of electric frequencies to instruct reanimated SAM to perform specific tasks or give specific restrictions, such as matter to energy conversion. It can also function as matter memory, reading the exact composition and state of a collection of matter in one location, breaking it down, and near instantly reconstructing it in another location, which has incredible potential for smart storage.
Nice.
Your threads shift solid to fluid to a tapestry. Matter, 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 and mind and melody.
I wonder, does this happen to have a... Is there like a replay function at all, or no? Funny feeling there isn't. Maybe codecs? Because, there's times when, I wouldn't mind, like, looking back at, some of these, or, playing back some of the very creepy, rivers of blood, you know, um, dialogue at times, just to see, just to see if, like, there's, like, any, like, additional hints or anything along those lines. Because, one would make the assumption that, they're kind of giving me, slight clues um, to what I'm doing, or to everything that's kind of going on, but there it
SAM
is.
fluctuator recipe unlocked. The
Okay.
fluctuator can mimic unique communication through patterns of electric frequencies to instruct reanimated SAM to perform specific tasks or give specific restrictions, such as matter to energy conversion. It can also function as matter memory, reading the exact composition and state of a collection of matter in one location, breaking it down, and near instantly reconstructing it in another location, which has incredible potential for smart storage.
Your threads shift solid to fluid to a tapestry. Matter, 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 and mind and melody.
That is a tongue twister right there. Matter and matter, a matter of matter, and mind and melody. Oof. Scripture and blood compose harmony. Follow our hallowed temple halls and listen to the echoes of your ripples. If it sees defile our temples, the song will follow. It's like these are some very interesting conversation or messages here. So okay. Let's see. Okay, now that we've gotten all that, we're gonna need to do some building some SAM fluctuators. So see what else I can make, and we'll see what we can make. Okay. We'll do. Can I keep the? Start recipe. Oh, okay. So we can't do that through constructors. Okay. What do I need to do in order to make these again? Wait. Oh, I need a manufacturer to get it all done? Oh, blast. Well, that's gonna be a pain in the ass. I don't necessarily have any. I kind of do. I mean, I can pull the wire from. Like, I have some, I still have some wire that's, or, I have the copper construction over here, right? So I could start pulling it directly from here to send out over there for the manufacturer. The only The steel pipes, however, are still kind of only being made out here and not really anywhere else. So, um, other than right here. So I'm thinking I'll go ahead and pull a line from the steel pipes from over here and send it out this way. So it's going to be a bit annoying, but I mean, not much I can really do about that right now. So, actually, hold on. Put it a little bit higher up in the air. Go. Then, let's see. Yeah, not surprised on that one. First off, get some better storage for the wires. Next. I need to... No. I don't want to connect... I don't necessarily want it being connected there. I want to try to put it on top of this particular building, but it's not really giving me that option. Okay. Over it in this direction. And there we go. Now let's see. Manufacturer, what do I need? Okay. Oh, that's gonna be interesting, but let me get some more modular frames. There you go. Oh, it's looking like we're getting close to the 6-hour mark there, folks. So, this is probably going to set up the probably just gonna go ahead and set up this last manufacturer so that I can get those fluctuators going, and then probably end it there. So you know, one of the things that you know, I do kind of wish, like, okay, um, like I did not see, you know, for example, like, hey, here's this little resource here, you know, raw quartz, you know, just sitting by the side. I can mine it and I can get, you know, some amount of resources from it, right? Um, and the thing was that I did not see anything along those lines for the SAM, you know, and so either like they don't have any of these small resources around, like period, like there's nothing out there for Sam in, you know, looking like this, or they're just so well hidden, or, you know, I'm just not seeing them to the point where, you know, like I couldn't get any of the 10 resources needed to actually do a search for Sam. So, um, so unfortunately, you know, my friends unfortunately did kind of spoil where one particular SAM resource was located at. I did spot like another one during my, you know, um, when I went over to my single player account and I was just kind of roaming around, seeing how far I could get. I think there was like something like way out here, like another SAM node, like way out in this general direction, kind of thing. So, um, but what I should have should have realized was, you know, there could have been something here. You know, the fact that there was, you know, the SAM, you know, SAM site like right there, you know, with all the, you know, poison trees and so on and so forth. I mean, it should have kind of given me a hint. But at the same time, I never would have known about the cave entrance here. And that's one of the things about having an open map like this is that it's so, you know, it's so expansive, you know, so large in that, you know, a small open cave right there is like the only like simple, easy way to get back down into that area um, for that SAM site, and it's like, how was I ever gonna find this particular node? Like, unless I was like, unless I had been building up around here, then I might have seen it, maybe. But even then, it's like, kind of doubtful that I would have been able to like get anywhere with that. So that's all. Okay. Now, oh boy, it is large. Oof. That's not. That's not. You know, not large whatsoever. What am I talking about? Okay. Manufacturer, sand fluctuator. Go ahead and throw those in. And then take these. start throwing resources in there already. Let me go and grab the other. Now, the only problem with this is the fact that I'm already using the like I'm already using the steel pipes to. Oh, okay. Well, maybe not so much. You know, I was saying that I was about to say, like, you know, here I am making, you know, using the steel pipes to make all the noblest, but I mean, clearly I'm not. Um, I'm like completely done with them. So, and there's the 6-hour mark. How am I gonna do this though? Okay, now. Okay. Can't do too high. Wait. Still good there? No, it's kind of clipping. Okay. One and two. Should be fine. Yeah, okay. 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 Here we go. Here's the long truck that I don't really want to do, but like I said, I don't think there's really any choice in the matter. Like, I don't really have any other means to kind of get the resources across the map. You know, other than like maybe trying to do it by train, but you know, I haven't even started on that process yet. along. Ah, damn it. Come here, you. Need you out of the way. Any more? There we go. Removed. Alright. Let's see, where are we at? Okay. Okay. Hold on. Let me do this because I don't necessarily want it going, this is too steep. Okay. That, and then up there. Slight clipping through the mountain, but whatever. And then, there we go. Okay, and now we do industrial storage. Do glitter. And then bring that out there, and bring that out there. Okay. There we go. Now I don't remember how many of these SAM fluctuators I absolutely need for the additional research. Here, let's go find out here real quick before I shut everything down. Let's see. Dimensional depot uploader. Oh, really? It's not a lot. 11 there, 11 there, and 10 there. Oh. Well, I think that's gonna have to be it, though. I believe we're just gonna go ahead and kind of close it down at that point. Maybe I'll just kind of sit here a little bit, let the fluctuators kind of get produced a bit, um, but that's gonna be it for today. I'm gonna go ahead and close on down. This will be the last episode. So if you're watching this later on YouTube, like and subscribe would be fantastic. Check out the description for multiple links to, other videos, my main channel, the, Patreon and donation would be fantastic. Only if you can. Um, the links to social media sites such as Discord is there as well. Um, and you know, various other little uh, uh, links down below. So, but that's going to be it for tonight. We're going to go ahead and close on down. We did a lot of work today. Um, Now I'm probably gonna get a little bit of heat from the public going, "Oh my God, you know, how dare you get, you know, you should have never known about the SAM." I'm sorry. Um, or known about the one location for the SAM for me to get the resources. But again, I do kind of wish that, like if they had given me like some other, smaller, mineable node, much like this quartz over here, for example, you know, then I probably wouldn't have had a problem with it. I probably would have been able to go, oh, there's a SAM node right over there. Oh, okay, good to know. That kind of thing. So that's all, Um, but um, it is what it is, you know. I do appreciate the fact that the explosives were able to um, take care of, you know, multiple, not only creatures, which was kind of nice, the fact that it stuck to that one little arachnid creature and I could blow it up. Um, the fact that I was able to kind of blow up small stones, you know, was interesting. Would have figured, this would have been like kind of like a permanent fixture, like it would not have moved. Um, it's, part of the terrain kind of thing. But no, apparently I can explode that, so that was a nice touch. I appreciated that. Um, I also appreciated the fact that I could actually use the explosives to get rid of those poisonous towers. Otherwise, my trip outside of that SAM site would have been a lot more difficult to um, to deal with. So um, I would have had to probably built the tower foundation to get myself out of there. You know, um, because trying to run through the poison would have killed me. So seeing that I still haven't done any work on trying to get filters. So um, maybe I should set that up at least. But I guess it doesn't necessarily matter if I can blow up um, the poison flowers and the like. But I guess I should probably just have it on hand just in case, if I had like if, for example, I accidentally fall down into a poisonous zone, for example, you know. But okay, but that is gonna be it. So thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Hopefully I'll catch you next time. Until then, take care, have a good night, stay healthy, stay safe. I'll catch you strangers next time.